Welcome back, dear traveler. It's so good to have you here tonight. Tonight, we're going to explore one of the most fascinating families in the wizarding world, the House of Black. Their story spans centuries. It's filled with darkness and light, with loyalty and betrayal, with choices that changed everything. So settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's journey together through the long history of the Black family. Our story begins more than 1,000 years ago. It was a time when magic and the normal world were not so separate. The Black family was founded in these distant times. They became one of the oldest families in Britain, one of the wealthiest, one of the most powerful. When you spoke the name Black, people listened. The name carried weight. It meant something. The family had a motto, 2 words in French, toujours pur, always pure. These words defined everything the family believed, everything they stood for, everything they would fight to protect. The motto was embroidered on tapestries, carved into walls, spoken like a prayer. It meant that magical blood must stay pure, that mixing with non-magical people was wrong, that only pure bloods deserved to practice magic. In the 1920s, a book was published. It was called the Pure Blood Directory. People called it the Sacred 28. This book listed the families that were truly pure-blooded, the families with no muggle blood at all. The Black family was on this list. They were proud to be there. The book became important to them. It proved their purity. It proved their worth. But the man who wrote this book was anonymous. He never revealed his name. Years later, people discovered who he was. His name was Cantankerous Knot. He was an ancestor of Theodore Knot. Theodore would later attend Hogwarts with Harry Potter. The Knot family believed in blood purity just like the Blacks did, so it made sense that a Knot had written the book. The Black family took this directory very seriously. They used it to choose marriage partners. They looked at the other families on the list. The Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Rosiers, the Crouches, the Longbottoms. These were acceptable families. These were pure families. The Blacks would marry into these bloodlines. They would keep their blood clean. This obsession with purity came at a cost. The family married cousins. They married second cousins. They married third cousins. The same bloodlines mixed over and over, generation after generation. This caused problems. Some family members became mentally unstable. Some had violent tendencies. Some died young. The family tree showed marriages between relatives everywhere you looked. The Blacks were also very wealthy. They had been accumulating gold for centuries. They owned properties. They had investments in magical businesses. They collected rare magical artifacts. Some of these artifacts were dark. Some were dangerous. The family kept them. Anyway, wealth meant power. Power meant influence. And the Blacks wanted both. The family seat was in London. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. This house would become very important in our story, but we'll come back to that soon. The Black family had clear rules. You followed these rules, or you suffered. The most important rule was about blood purity. You married another pureblood. You supported pureblood supremacy. You believed Muggles were inferior. You believed Muggle-borns were stealing magic. If you broke these rules, the family disowned you. They burned your name off the family tree. They acted like you never existed. Many family members were burned off that tree. Some married Muggle-borns. Some spoke out against the family's beliefs. Some simply loved the wrong person. The family showed no mercy. Once you were disowned, you were dead to them. Your name was gone. Your face was scorched away. It was like you had never been born. The family tree itself was an incredible piece of magic. It was a massive tapestry that hung on the wall of 12 Grimmauld Place. The tree showed every black family member going back centuries. It showed their birth dates, their death dates, their marriages. The names were woven in gold thread. The dates glowed softly, but many faces were burned away. Black scorch marks covered the fabric where family members had been disowned. Looking at this tree, you could see the family's entire history. You could see the pattern of marriages to other pureblood families. You could see the burns where rebels had been erased. You could see how the family had grown, how it had shrunk, how it had survived for so many centuries. The tree showed something else too. It showed connections to other famous families. The Malfoys were connected through marriage. The Lestranges were related. The Weasleys had black blood, though the Blacks would never admit it. Even the Potter family had a distant connection. Dorea Black had married Charlize Potter many generations before Harry was born. These connections spread through the entire wizarding world. Now let's talk about the Black family's philosophy. Their beliefs shaped everything they did. They believed in blood purity above all else. They thought magical ability came only from magical blood. They believed Muggle-borns were somehow stealing magic. That magic was a limited resource that belonged to pure blood families. This belief was wrong, of course. But the Blacks believed it with absolute certainty. They thought Muggles were inferior beings, barely better than animals. They believed mixing with Muggles would weaken magical blood, that children from mixed marriages would be less powerful, that eventually magic itself would disappear if purebloods kept marrying Muggles. This fear drove many of their choices. The family also believed in tradition. Old ways were best. New ideas were dangerous. Change was bad. They wanted the wizarding world to stay exactly as it had always been, with purebloods in charge, with Muggle-borns knowing their place, with Muggles kept ignorant and separate. Some Blacks took these beliefs even further. They joined dark movements. They became Death Eaters. They tortured Muggle-borns. They killed those who disagreed with them. They saw themselves as warriors fighting for a noble cause, protecting magical blood, preserving the old ways, making sure purebloods stayed in power. But not every Black agreed with these ideas. Some questioned them. Some rebelled. Some walked away entirely. These rebels paid a heavy price. But their stories show that even in a family defined by darkness, light could still emerge. The family had certain traditions they followed. Every Black child was taught about their heritage, about their pure blood, about their duty to the family name. They learned the family motto. They learned which families were acceptable to marry. They learned to look down on Muggles and Muggle-borns. Most Black children were sorted into Slytherin House at Hogwarts. This was expected. Slytherin valued ambition and cunning. Slytherin's founder had believed in blood purity. It was the natural home for Black family children. Generation after generation of Blacks wore the green and silver. They sat at the Slytherin table. They slept in the dungeons. They carried on the family tradition. When a Black child was sorted into a different house, it was shocking. It was almost unthinkable. It meant something had gone wrong, that the child was different, that they might not share the family values. This created tension. It created conflict. Sometimes it led to disownment. The Blacks also had certain expectations about careers. Many became important in the Ministry of Magic. Some worked in powerful positions. Some influenced magical law. Some controlled the flow of money and power. The The family used these positions to advance their agenda, to protect pure blood interests, to make sure the old ways continued. Now let's visit the most important Black family location, 12 Grimmauld Place. This house in London was the ancestral home of the Black family. It was located in a Muggle neighbourhood, but Muggles couldn't see it. The house was hidden between number 11 and number 13. Magic concealed it from non-magical eyes. The house was tall and gloomy. It had been elegant once. You could see hints of past grandeur. But centuries of darkness had taken their toll. The house felt oppressive. It felt angry. It reflected the family that had lived there for so many generations. Getting inside required magic. The front door had complex enchantments. Only family members and invited guests could enter. The door would recognize magical signatures. It would open for those who belonged. For everyone else, it stayed locked tight. Inside, the house was full of dark objects. Cursed items filled the rooms. There were shrunken house elf heads mounted on the wall. These elves had served the family and been killed when they became too old. Their heads were displayed like hunting trophies. It was a cruel practice, but the Blacks saw nothing wrong with it. The drawing room had serpent decorations everywhere. The curtains were heavy and dark. They blocked out the sunlight. The furniture was expensive but uncomfortable. Everything in the house seemed designed to intimidate, to remind visitors of the Black family's power and status. The house had multiple floors. Each floor had its own dark secrets. Some rooms were locked, some were cursed, some hadn't been opened in decades. The attic was full of dangerous artifacts. The basement was even worse. Things lurked in the shadows there, things that should have been destroyed long ago. One of the most notable features of the house was Walburga Black's portrait. Walburga had been the mother of Sirius and Regulus Black. She had died years before the main story takes place, but her portrait remained, and it was just as awful as she had been in life. The portrait hung in the entrance hall. It was covered by curtains. The family had learned to keep it hidden, because when the curtains were pulled back, Walburga's portrait would scream. She would shriek about blood traitors, about mudbloods, about the disgrace to the family name. Her voice would echo through the entire house. The portrait couldn't be removed. Sirius had tried, but his mother had placed permanent sticking charms. The portrait was stuck to the wall forever. Walburga represented everything dark about the Black family. Her beliefs were extreme, even by Black family standards. She had supported Voldemort. She had raised her sons to believe in pure blood supremacy. She had disowned Sirius for daring to disagree. Even in death, trapped in a portrait, she continued to spread hatred. The house had one other permanent resident, Creature. He was the Black family house elf. House elves were magical creatures bound to serve wizarding families. Creature had served the Blacks for decades. He had absorbed their beliefs. He believed in blood purity. He hated Muggle-borns. He worshipped his old masters. Creature was ancient. His skin was wrinkled. His body was bent. His voice was croaky. He wore a dirty rag for clothing. This was typical for house elves. They weren't given proper clothes. Clothes meant freedom, and the Blacks didn't want their servant to be free. Creature loved the Black family, even though they had treated him terribly, even though they had been cruel. He couldn't help himself. House elves were magically bound to their families. These bonds ran deep. Creature's entire world revolved around serving the Blacks. He kept the house running. He cleaned. He cooked. He maintained the dark objects. He obeyed orders. He muttered constantly to himself. His muttering was often insulting. He would complain about blood traitors, about half-breeds, about anyone who wasn't a pure blood. His views reflected those of his masters. Creature had a special hatred for Sirius Black. Sirius had rejected everything the family stood for. He had run away. He had joined the Order of the Phoenix. He had fought against everything Creature believed in. To Creature, Sirius was the ultimate traitor. But Creature had loved Regulus Black. Regulus had been different. He had followed the family's path. He had become a Death Eater. He had served the Dark Lord. At least, that's what everyone thought. The truth was more complicated. We'll get to that story soon. The house at 12 Grimmauld Place would eventually become the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. This was deeply ironic. The Order fought against everything the Black family believed in. They welcomed Muggleborns. They opposed Voldemort. They believed in equality. Using the Black family home as their base felt like poetic justice. Now let's talk about the Black family's connection to Slytherin House. This connection was strong. It was ancient. It defined how the family saw themselves. Slytherin House was one of 4 houses at Hogwarts. It was founded by Salazar Slytherin more than 1,000 years ago. Slytherin had believed in blood purity. He thought only purebloods should be taught magic. He had even built a secret chamber under the school, a chamber that held a monster meant to kill Muggleborns. The Black family admired Slytherin. They saw him as a visionary, someone who understood the importance of blood purity, someone who tried to protect magical blood. They taught their children about Slytherin's beliefs, about his wisdom, about his chamber. Most Blacks were sorted into Slytherin. The sorting hat placed students based on their qualities. Slytherin valued ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, a certain ruthlessness. These qualities ran strong in the Black family, so generation after generation ended up in Slytherin. Being in Slytherin meant something to the Blacks. It proved they belonged. It proved they had the right qualities. It connected them to a founder who shared their beliefs. It was a badge of honor. One Black family member had even become Hogwarts headmaster. Phineas Nigellus Black had served as headmaster in the 1800s. He was remembered as the least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Students had hated him. He had been cold, dismissive, unpleasant. His portrait still hung in the headmaster's office. It also hung in 12 Grimmauld Place. This allowed Phineas's portrait to travel between locations. Phineas represented the Black family at its worst. He looked down on students. He cared only about pure-blood students. He dismissed anyone who wasn't from an important family. His time as headmaster had been marked by strict rules and little compassion. But he was proud of his service, proud of being a Black, proud of upholding the family values. The connection to Slytherin House went deeper than just sorting. Many important Slytherins had been Blacks or connected to Blacks. Bellatrix Lestrange had been a Slytherin. Narcissa Malfoy had been a Slytherin. Regulus Black had been a Slytherin. The house was full of Blacks throughout its long history. Some people would say this proved that Slytherin was a house of dark wizards, that everyone sorted there was bad. But that wasn't true. Slytherin had produced many witches and wizards who did good things, who made different choices, who proved that your house didn't define your morality. Still, the pattern was clear. The Black family and Slytherin House were closely connected. Their values overlapped, their histories intertwined. When you thought of one, you often thought of the other. Now we come to one of the most important members of the Black family, Sirius Black. His story is one of rebellion, of choosing your own path, of breaking free from darkness. Sirius was born in 1960. He was the oldest son of Orion and Walburga Black. From birth, certain things were expected of him. He would continue the family line. He would marry a pure-blood witch. He would believe in blood purity. He would make the family proud. But Sirius had different ideas. Even as a child, Sirius questioned things. He didn't understand why muggles were bad. He didn't see why blood mattered so much. He watched his parents torture house elves. He saw them burn names off the family tree. He listened to their hatred, and something in him rejected it all. His parents tried to mold him. They punished him when he questioned. They lectured him about the family values. They told him about the proud black heritage. But it didn't work. If anything, their cruelty pushed Sirius further away. When Sirius turned 11, he received his Hogwarts letter. The family assumed he would be sorted into Slytherin. Every black was sorted into Slytherin. It was tradition. It was expected. It was practically guaranteed. But the sorting hat saw something different in Sirius. It saw his courage, his determination to be different, his rejection of his family's darkness. The hat called out, "Gryffindor." The hall went silent. A black in Gryffindor. It was unthinkable. It was shocking. It was perfect. Sirius's parents were furious. They sent him letters, harsh letters, letters full of disappointment and anger. They blamed him. They said he had shamed the family, that he had rejected his heritage, that he was a disgrace. But Sirius didn't care. For the first time in his life, he felt free. At Gryffindor, Sirius found real friendship. He became best friends with James Potter. James came from a wealthy, pure-blood family too. But the Potters were different. They welcomed muggles. They believed in equality. James became like a brother to Sirius. They were inseparable. Sirius also befriended Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. The four of them called themselves the Marauders. They pulled pranks. They explored the castle. They created the Marauders' map. They became animagi to help Remus during his werewolf transformations. These friendships shaped Sirius's life. During the holidays, Sirius had to return Shaka home. Those visits were terrible. His mother would scream at him. His father would lecture him. They tried to break his spirit, to force him back onto the proper path. But Sirius resisted. He held on to his Gryffindor friends. He held on to his beliefs. He refused to become what they wanted. His younger brother, Regulus, was different. Regulus followed the family rules. He believed what he was told. He made his parents proud. This created tension between the brothers. Sirius loved Regulus, but he couldn't save him, couldn't pull him away from the family's darkness. It hurt Sirius deeply. When Sirius was 16, he ran away. He couldn't take it anymore. The hatred, the cruelty, the constant pressure. He packed his things and left. He went to the Potter family home. James's parents welcomed him with open arms. They gave him a room. They treated him like a son. They showed him what a real family could be. Walburga Black burned Sirius off the family tree. She disowned him completely. She told everyone he was dead to the family, that he no longer existed. Sirius didn't care. He was free. He had found a new family, the Potters, his marauder friends, people who loved him for who he was. After graduating from Hogwarts, Sirius joined the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort was rising to power. Death Eaters were terrorizing Muggleborns. The wizarding world was at war. Sirius fought against everything his family believed in. He fought for Muggleborns, for equality, for a better world. James Potter married Lily Evans. Lily was Muggleborn. Everything the Black family hated. But Sirius loved her like a sister. When James and Lily had a son, they named Sirius as Godfather. This was the greatest honor of Sirius's life. He would have died to protect little Harry Potter. When Voldemort targeted the Potter family, they went into hiding. They used a spell called the Fidelius Charm. This charm hid their location inside someone's soul. That person, the Secret Keeper, was the only one who could reveal where they were. Sirius was supposed to be Secret Keeper, but he convinced James to switch to Peter Pettigrew instead. He thought it would be safer, that no one would suspect Peter. This was Sirius's greatest mistake. Peter was a Death Eater. Peter had been spying for Voldemort all along. Peter betrayed the Potters. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. Voldemort murdered James and Lily. He tried to kill baby Harry, and everything changed. Sirius went after Peter. He was filled with rage, with grief, with guilt. He tracked Peter down in a London street. But Peter was clever. He shouted that Sirius had betrayed the Potters. Then he caused an explosion. The explosion killed 12 Muggle bystanders. Peter cut off his own finger. Then he transformed into his rat form. He escaped through the sewers, leaving Sirius standing in the rubble, laughing with shock and grief. The Ministry arrested Sirius. They thought he was the betrayer. They thought he had killed those Muggles. They sent him to Azkaban prison without a trial. No one listened to his story. No one checked the facts. They just threw him in a cell and left him to rot. Azkaban was a terrible place. The prison was guarded by Dementors. Dementors were dark creatures that fed on happiness. They sucked all joy from the air. Prisoners in Azkaban slowly went insane. The Dementors would drain every happy memory, every bit of hope, until nothing remained but despair. But Sirius had something that protected him, his innocence. He knew he hadn't betrayed James and Lily. This knowledge kept him sane. It gave him something to hold on to. The Dementors couldn't take it away. It wasn't a happy thought. It was just truth. And somehow, that was enough. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban, 12 years in a tiny cell, 12 years surrounded by Dementors, 12 years of torture. His body wasted away. His hair grew long and matted. His skin became pale. He looked like a skeleton, like something already dead. Then Sirius saw a newspaper. Someone had brought it into the prison. The paper showed a photo of the Weasley family on vacation. In the photo, Sirius recognized a rat. The rat was sitting on a boy's shoulder. Sirius knew that rat. It was Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. Peter was alive. Peter was at Hogwarts. And Peter was close to Harry. This realization gave Sirius strength. He had to escape. He had to protect Harry. He had to catch Peter. He transformed into his dog form. His animagus form was thin enough to slip through the bars. The Dementors couldn't sense him as well when he was an animal. So he swam. He swam through freezing water. He swam to the mainland. And he escaped. Sirius made his way to Hogwarts. He was starving. He was weak. He was half mad from Azkaban. But he kept going. He had to protect Harry. Had to catch Peter. Had to clear his name. The confrontation happened in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius finally cornered Peter. Harry was there. Ron was there. Hermione was there. Remus Lupin was there. The truth finally came out. Peter admitted everything. He confessed to betraying the Potters. Everyone believed Sirius at last. But Peter escaped again. He transformed and ran. And without Peter's testimony, Sirius couldn't prove his innocence. He was still a wanted man. Still a fugitive. He had to stay in hiding. Sirius stayed close to Harry. He lived in caves. He survived on rats. He took huge risks just to be nearby, just to protect his godson. He sent Harry letters. He gave him advice. He tried to be the parent Harry had lost. When Voldemort returned, Sirius became even more active. He allowed the Order of the Phoenix to use 12 Grimmauld Place as headquarters. This meant returning to the house he hated, facing his mother's screaming portrait, living with Creature. But he did it anyway, for the cause, for Harry. Sirius struggled in that house. He was trapped there. He couldn't leave because the Ministry was hunting him. He couldn't help the Order on missions. He could only sit and wait. It drove him crazy. He was a man of action. Being trapped felt like another prison. His relationship with Harry deepened. Harry saw Sirius as a father figure. Sirius saw Harry as a second chance, a way to honor James and Lily. They needed each other. Harry needed someone who loved him unconditionally. Sirius needed someone to protect and care for. Then came the trap. Voldemort planted a vision in Harry's mind, a vision of Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries. Harry believed it was real. He rushed to save Sirius. He brought his friends with him, but it was all fake. Voldemort wanted to lure Harry there. Sirius came anyway. When he learned Harry was in danger, he left hiding. He went to the Department of Mysteries. The Order came too. A battle broke out. Death Eaters against Order members. Spells flying everywhere. It was chaos. Sirius was dueling Bellatrix Lestrange, his own cousin. They had been friendly once, as children. Before Bellatrix became a Death Eater. Before Sirius was disowned. Now they were enemies, fighting to the death. Bellatrix hit Sirius with a spell, just a stunner, not a killing curse. But the spell knocked Sirius backward. He fell through a mysterious archway. A veil hung in the archway, the veil between life and death. Sirius fell through, and he was gone, just gone. No body, no way to bring him back. Dead at 36 years old. Harry's scream echoed through the chamber. He tried to go after Sirius. Remus held him back. There was nothing they could do. Sirius was gone forever. Sirius Black died as he had lived. Fighting, protecting, choosing his own path. He never got to clear his name officially. Never got to be a free man. Never got to raise Harry properly. But he died a hero. He died protecting the people he loved. He died fighting against the darkness he had rejected as a child. The Black family would probably say Sirius was a disgrace, a blood traitor, a waste. But they would be wrong. Sirius was brave. He was loyal. He chose love over hatred. He chose freedom over tradition. He proved that your family doesn't define you, that you can break the cycle, that you can be better. Now let's talk about Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's younger brother. For a long time, people thought they knew Regulus's story. They thought he was just another Death Eater, just another pure-blood fanatic. But the truth was far more interesting, far more heroic. Regulus was born in 1961. He was only a year younger than Sirius, but the two brothers were very different. Where Sirius rebelled, Regulus conformed. Where Sirius questioned, Regulus obeyed. Where Sirius broke the family's heart, Regulus made them proud. As a child, Regulus believed what he was taught. He believed in blood purity. He believed Muggles were inferior. He believed the Black family was special. His parents praised him. They held him up as an example, the good son, the proper Black heir. When Sirius ran away, Regulus became even more important. He was the only son left, the only one who could continue the family line, the only one who believed in the family values. The pressure on him must have been enormous. Regulus was sorted into Slytherin. This pleased his parents greatly. Finally, a son who followed tradition, who did what was expected. who made them proud. Regulus wore the green and silver robes. He sat at the Slytherin table. He followed the rules. During his time at Hogwarts, Regulus heard about Lord Voldemort. Voldemort promised a pure blood society, a world where Muggleborns knew their place, where purebloods ruled, where the old ways return. To Regulus, raised on these beliefs, Voldemort sounded like a savior, like someone who understood, someone who would make the wizarding world right again. When Regulus was 16, he took the Dark Mark. He became a Death Eater. His parents were thrilled, while Burger Black boasted about it to anyone who would listen. Her son serving the Dark Lord, following in the footsteps of other great pure-blood wizards. It was the proudest day of her life. Regulus attended meetings. He listened to Voldemort speak. He heard the plans, the violence, the torture, the murders. And slowly, something changed in him. The reality of being a Death Eater was different from the theory. The actual brutality, the actual evil. It wasn't what he had imagined. But Regulus couldn't just walk away. You didn't leave the Death Eaters. Voldemort killed people who tried to leave. Regulus was trapped. He had made a terrible choice, and now he had to live with it. Then something happened that changed everything. Voldemort needed a house elf. He needed someone to test the defenses of a hiding place. Voldemort went to the Black family. He asked to borrow Kreacher. Regulus's parents agreed immediately. They were honored. The Dark Lord needed their servant. Of course they would help. Voldemort took Kreacher to a cave by the sea. Inside the cave was a hidden cavern. In the center of the cavern was a lake. In the middle of the lake was a stone basin. Voldemort placed something in that basin. Then he filled it with a terrible potion. Anyone who wanted the object would have to drink the potion. All of it. Every last drop. The potion was designed to torture. It would cause unbearable thirst. It would show terrible visions. It would make the drinker want to die. But they couldn't stop. They had to keep drinking. Had to finish every drop. It was a cruel trap. A perfect defense. Voldemort made Kreacher drink the potion. He wanted to test it, to make sure it worked. Kreacher drank. He suffered. He screamed. He begged for water. But there was only the lake, and the lake was full of inferi, dead bodies reanimated by dark magic. They would pull anyone into the water. They would drown them. The cave was a death trap. When Kreacher finished the potion, Voldemort left him there, left him to die. Voldemort didn't care about a house elf's life. Kreacher was just a test subject, disposable, meaningless. But Kreacher didn't die. House elves had their own magic. Magic different from wizard magic. Kreacher was able to disapparate from the cave. He appeared back at 12 Grimmauld Place, back home, back to his master. Regulus found Kreacher. The elf was in terrible condition, traumatized, sick, dying. Regulus nursed him. He helped him recover. He got the story from him. Everything that had happened in the cave. Regulus realized something important. Voldemort had hidden something in that cave. Something he wanted protected. Something incredibly valuable. Regulus started researching. He read dark magic books. He studied ancient texts. And he figured it out. Voldemort had created a Horcrux. A Horcrux was the darkest magic possible. You murdered someone. You split your soul. You hid the fragment in an object. As long as the Horcrux existed, you couldn't truly die. Voldemort had made himself immortal, or so he thought. Regulus understood what this meant. Voldemort couldn't be killed while the Horcrux existed. The Horcrux had to be destroyed first, and Regulus decided to do it. He would go to the cave. He would take the Horcrux. He would destroy it, even if it killed him. He ordered Creature to help him. He made Creature swear to take the Horcrux and destroy it, to do whatever was necessary. Creature protested. He didn't want his master to go, but Regulus insisted. This was his choice, his atonement, his way of fighting back. Regulus and Creature went to the cave together. They found the entrance. They crossed the lake. They stood before the stone basin. The potion glowed green in the darkness. Regulus knew what he had to do. He made Creature promise to leave him, to not try to save him, to focus on destroying the Horcrux. Creature was crying. House elves loved their masters, even cruel masters, and Regulus had been kind. Regulus had cared. This was breaking Creature's heart. Regulus started drinking. The potion was as terrible as he expected, maybe worse. It burned going down. It twisted his insides. It showed him horrors. His parents screaming, his brother dying, Inferi crawling toward him. He wanted to stop, wanted to run, but he kept drinking. When the basin was empty, Regulus reached in. He pulled out the Horcrux. It was a locket, heavy gold with a serpent on it. Slytherin's locket, an ancient Black family heirloom. Voldemort had turned it into something evil. Regulus replaced the real locket with a fake. He wrote a note, a message to Voldemort. The note said, "To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black." His initials, his signature, his final act of defiance. The potion made Regulus desperately thirsty. He needed water. He stumbled to the lake. He bent down. He scooped up water in his hands. And the Inferi attacked. Dead hands grabbed his ankles. Dead faces rose from the water. They pulled him down. He tried to fight, tried to use magic, but there were too many. They dragged him into the lake. They pulled him under. He drowned in the darkness. Creature escaped with the locket. He went home to 12 Grimmauld Place. He tried to destroy it. He tried everything he could think of. But Horcruxes are protected. They can't be destroyed easily. The locket survived everything Creature did to it. Creature kept trying. For years, he never stopped. He had promised Master Regulus. He would destroy the Horcrux or die trying. But he failed. He couldn't do it. And that failure haunted him. The Black family never knew what really happened. Walburga thought Regulus died serving Voldemort. She was proud of him. She kept his room exactly as he left it. She told everyone her youngest son had died a hero, a Death Eater killed in service to the Dark Lord. Only Creature knew the truth. Regulus had betrayed Voldemort. He had tried to destroy a Horcrux. He had died fighting against the darkness. He had been brave. He had been heroic. But no one would ever know. Years later, Harry Potter would find the fake locket. He would see the note. He would figure out who R.A.B. was. And finally, Regulus's story would be told. His sacrifice would be known. He wouldn't be remembered as just another Death Eater. He would be remembered as someone who chose to fight back, who died trying to stop Voldemort, who proved that even someone raised in darkness could find the light. Regulus was only 18 when he died, barely older than a Hogwarts student. He made terrible choices. He joined the Death Eaters. He believed in blood purity. But in the end, he tried to make it right. He died trying. And maybe that's what matters most. Now let's talk about the 3 Black sisters, Bellatrix, Andromeda, and Narcissa, 3 daughters of Cygnus and Druella Black. 3 women who took very different paths. Their stories show how the same family, the same upbringing, can produce such different people. The oldest sister was Bellatrix. She was born in 1951. From the beginning, Bellatrix embraced the Black family values. She believed in blood purity with absolute conviction. She saw Muggles as worthless, Muggle-borns as vermin, half-bloods as contaminated. Her beliefs were extreme, violent, dangerous. Bellatrix was beautiful when she was young. She had dark hair, a fierce face, an intensity that drew people to her. She was sorted into Slytherin, of course. She excelled at dark magic. She loved curses, hexes, spells that caused pain. She was brilliant and cruel in equal measure. After Hogwarts, Bellatrix married Rodolphus Lestrange. The Lestranges were another old pure-blood family, another family on the sacred 28 list. The marriage was probably arranged. That's how pure-blood families did things. You married someone appropriate, someone who maintained the bloodline. Love was optional. Blood purity was required. When Voldemort rose to power, Bellatrix joined him immediately. She became one of his most devoted followers, perhaps his most devoted. She would do anything he asked, anything at all. She tortured for him, killed for him, she worshipped him. Some people thought she was in love with him. Maybe she was. But mostly, she loved his power, his darkness, his pure blood supremacy. Bellatrix participated in terrible crimes. She tortured Muggle-borns for fun. She murdered anyone Voldemort wanted dead. She taught other Death Eaters the dark arts. She was enthusiastic about the violence. She enjoyed it. This wasn't someone following orders reluctantly. This was someone who loved causing pain. One of her worst crimes happened after Voldemort's first fall. Most Death Eaters went into hiding. They claimed they had been under the Imperious curse. They pretended they hadn't wanted to serve Voldemort. They tried to blend back into society. But Bellatrix was different. She stayed loyal. She went looking for Voldemort. She wanted to bring him back. Bellatrix learned that Frank and Alice Longbottom might know where Voldemort was. Frank was an Auror. Alice was his wife. They had fought against Death Eaters during the war. They had a baby son named Neville. They were heroes. Bellatrix, along with her husband Rodolphus, her brother-in-law Rabistan, and Barty Crouch Jr., kidnapped the Longbottoms. They used the Cruciatus curse on them, the torture curse. They cast it over and over. They wanted information, but they also seemed to enjoy it, to revel in the Longbottoms' screams. The torture went on for hours. Long after it was clear the Longbottoms didn't know anything, long after any useful information could be gained, they tortured Frank and Alice until their minds broke, until they couldn't remember their own names, until they didn't recognize their own son. They were left as empty shells, alive but not really living. The Ministry caught Bellatrix and the others. They were tried, sentenced to Azkaban, life imprisonment. During the trial, Bellatrix showed no remorse. She was proud of what she'd done. She declared her loyalty to Voldemort. She laughed at the court. She was completely unrepentant. Bellatrix spent 14 years in Azkaban. The Dementors didn't break her. Her fanatical loyalty to Voldemort somehow protected her. She held on to her beliefs, her hatred, her devotion. She went mad, yes, but her core remained intact. When Voldemort engineered a mass breakout from Azkaban, Bellatrix was among those who escaped. She went straight back to him, back to serving, back to killing. She hadn't changed, hadn't learned. She was the same cruel person she'd always been. In the Department of Mysteries battle, Bellatrix killed Sirius Black, her own cousin. someone she'd played with as a child. She killed him and laughed about it. She taunted Harry, mocked his grief, enjoyed his pain. There was nothing human left in her. Bellatrix also trained Draco Malfoy. Voldemort had ordered Draco to kill Dumbledore. Draco was Bellatrix's nephew, her sister Narcissa's son. Bellatrix taught him dark magic, tried to make him into a proper Death Eater. She seemed to enjoy corrupting him, dragging him into darkness. In the final battle at Hogwarts, Bellatrix fought with savage joy. She dueled multiple opponents. She killed without hesitation. She was one of Voldemort's most dangerous weapons. But then she faced Molly Weasley. Molly was a mother, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, someone who had lost people she loved to the war. When Bellatrix threatened Molly's daughter Ginny, something in Molly snapped. She challenged Bellatrix to single combat. Bellatrix accepted, amused. She thought Molly would be easy to defeat, but Molly was fighting for her children, for her family, for everyone Bellatrix had hurt. The duel was fierce. Molly's spell hit Bellatrix directly in the chest. Bellatrix fell dead, killed by a housewife, by a mother, by someone she had underestimated. It was the end she deserved. The middle sister was Andromeda. She was born in 1953. Unlike her sisters, Andromeda questioned the family beliefs. She didn't understand why blood mattered so much, why muggles were supposed to be inferior, why love had to follow bloodlines. At Hogwarts, Andromeda was sorted into Slytherin. She was a black, after all. The sorting hat put her where blacks belonged. But even in Slytherin, she was different. She was kind, compassionate. She saw people as individuals, not blood statuses. Then Andromeda fell in love. His name was Ted Tonks. He was Muggle-born. Everything the black family despised. Everything they taught their children to avoid. But Andromeda loved him anyway. His blood status didn't matter to her. Only his heart. Only who he was as a person. Andromeda knew what falling in love with Ted meant. She would have to choose. Her family or Ted. The black name or true love. There was no middle ground. The family would never accept a Muggle-born. Never allow that marriage. She would be disowned, cast out, burned off the family tree. Andromeda chose Ted. She chose love over hatred, freedom over tradition, her own happiness over her family's approval. It must have been terrifying. She was giving up everything, her family, her inheritance, her place in pure-blood society. But she did it anyway. The black family reacted exactly as expected. They disowned her. They burned her off the family tree. They told everyone she was dead to them. They forbade anyone from speaking her name. It was as if Andromeda had never existed. But Andromeda was free. She married Ted. They had a daughter named Nymphadora. Nymphadora was a metamorph magus. She could change her appearance at will. She grew up in a home filled with love, without prejudice, without hatred. She became an Aura. She fought for what was right. Andromeda's choice created a rift with her sisters. Bellatrix hated her for being a blood traitor, for marrying a mudblood, as Bellatrix would say. Narcissa was more conflicted. The sisters had been close once, but Narcissa chose to stay with the family, to maintain her position. The gulf between them grew. Years later, during the Second Wizarding War, tragedy struck Andromeda's family. Ted was Muggle-born. When Voldemort took over the Ministry, Muggle-borns were hunted. Ted went into hiding. But the Snatchers caught him. They killed him. Andromeda lost her husband to the same hatred she had rejected years before. Then her daughter Nymphadora, who went by Tonks, married Remus Lupin. Lupin was a werewolf. Another person society rejected. Tonks didn't care. She loved him. They had a son together, baby Teddy. But during the Battle of Hogwarts, both Tonks and Lupin died. They died fighting Voldemort's forces. They died as heroes. Andromeda lost her husband and her daughter to the war. She was left alone to raise her infant grandson. It was a terrible price to pay, but Andromeda survived. She raised Teddy with the same love she'd shown her daughter. She proved that love was stronger than blood, that choosing your own path was worth the cost. The youngest sister was Narcissa. She was born in 1955. Narcissa was different from both her sisters. She wasn't as fanatical as Bellatrix, but she wasn't as rebellious as Andromeda either. She walked a middle path. She followed the family rules, but with her own motivations. Narcissa was beautiful. Blonde hair instead of the typical black dark hair. She carried herself with grace and dignity. She was sorted into Slytherin. She fit in well there. She was ambitious, but not cruel. Traditional, but not extreme. She married Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoys were one of the wealthiest pureblood families in Britain. They had power, influence, status. It was a perfect match by pureblood standards. Narcissa became Narcissa Malfoy. She gained even more status, more wealth, more power. Narcissa had one son, Draco. She loved him absolutely. He was the center of her world. Everything she did was for him. This love would eventually define her choices, would make her risk everything, would make her lie to the Dark Lord himself. When Voldemort returned, Lucius became a Death Eater. He had actually been a Death Eater during the First War too. But he'd claimed he was under the Imperious curse. He donated money to the right people. He'd escaped punishment. Now he was back in service. Narcissa didn't take the Dark Mark herself. She wasn't officially a Death Eater, but she supported Voldemort. She believed in blood purity. She opened her home to Death Eaters, let them use Malfoy Manor for meetings, for torture, for murder. She was complicit, even if she didn't directly participate. But everything changed when Voldemort targeted Draco. Lucius had failed Voldemort, failed to retrieve a prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort wanted to punish him, so he gave Draco an impossible task. Kill Albus Dumbledore. Draco was only 16. The task was meant to kill him, meant to destroy the Malfoy family. Narcissa was terrified. Her son was going to die. She couldn't let that happen. She went to Severus Snape. Snape had always seemed trustworthy. He was a Death Eater, but also a skilled wizard, a teacher at Hogwarts, someone who might help. Narcissa begged Snape to protect Draco, to help him complete his task. Snape agreed. He made an unbreakable vow, a magical oath that would kill him if he broke it. He promised to protect Draco, to help him, and if necessary, to complete the task himself. This vow would later lead to Snape killing Dumbledore. When the war reached its final stages, Voldemort was attacking Hogwarts. Harry Potter had been killed in the Forbidden Forest, or so Voldemort thought. He ordered Hagrid to carry Harry's body to the castle, to show everyone that hope was dead. But Voldemort wanted to be sure. He ordered Narcissa to check Harry, to confirm he was really dead. Narcissa approached Harry's body. She touched his chest. She felt his heartbeat. He was alive, just pretending. And in that moment, Narcissa made a choice. She whispered to Harry, asked if Draco was alive, if he was safe in the castle. Harry whispered back, yes, Draco was alive. And that's all Narcissa needed to know. She stood up. She looked at Voldemort. She lied to the Dark Lord. She told him Harry Potter was dead. This lie changed everything. It allowed Harry to surprise Voldemort, to survive the final confrontation, to defeat Voldemort once and for all. Narcissa's lie saved the wizarding world. She did it for Draco, for her son. But the effect was the same. After the war, the Malfoy family wasn't punished severely. Harry testified on their behalf. He told the Wizengamot how Narcissa had helped him, how she had lied to Voldemort, how her actions had made victory possible. The Malfoys avoided Azkaban. They kept their fortune. They survived. The three Black sisters showed three different paths. Bellatrix chose absolute evil. She embraced darkness completely. She died unrepentant and unmourned. Andromeda chose love and freedom. She lost much but gained more. She survived with her integrity intact. Narcissa chose family above all. She did terrible things, but in the end, love made her do the right thing. Now let's talk about the Black family's role in the Wizarding Wars. Their influence spread throughout both conflicts. Their choices shaped the outcome of major events. Understanding the Blacks means understanding the wars themselves. During the First Wizarding War, many Blacks joined Voldemort. The timing was perfect for them. Voldemort preached pure blood supremacy, the very thing the Black family had believed for centuries. He promised a world where pure bloods ruled, where Muggles and Muggleborns knew their place, where the old families would be in power again. Bellatrix was one of Voldemort's earliest supporters. She joined enthusiastically. She brought her husband Rodolphus with her. His brother Rabastan joined too. The Lestrange family was now tied to Voldemort's cause, and through them, the Black family was deeply involved. Other Blacks joined as well, cousins, extended family members. The family had many branches, many descendants. Not all became Death Eaters, but enough did to make the Black name synonymous with Voldemort's movement. The family's wealth helped Voldemort. They donated gold, provided safe houses, used their political connections. The Blacks had influence in the Ministry of Magic. They used that influence to protect Death Eaters, to undermine investigations, to spread propaganda about Muggleborns stealing magic. But not all Blacks served Voldemort. Sirius fought against him. He joined the Order of the Phoenix. He risked his life to stop the Death Eaters. He fought against his own family, against everything he'd been taught to believe. Every spell he cast against a Death Eater was a rejection of his heritage. This created a strange situation. Blacks fighting Blacks, family members on opposite sides of a war. Sirius might face his cousin Bellatrix in battle. He might duel someone he'd grown up with, someone he'd played with as a child. The war tore the family apart even more than Sirius's disownment had. When Voldemort fell the first time, Bellatrix went to Azkaban. She stayed loyal, even in prison. She never recanted, never apologized, never claimed she'd been forced. She was proud of what she'd done, proud to be a Death Eater, proud to have served Voldemort. Other Death Eaters claimed they'd been under the Imperious curse. They said Voldemort had controlled them. They lied to avoid prison. Some were believed. Some went free. But Bellatrix didn't even try. She wanted everyone to know she'd served willingly. The Black family's reputation was damaged by the war. People associated the name with Death Eaters, with dark magic, with Voldemort himself. The family's wealth and influence remained, but the respect was gone. They were feared, but not admired. Between the wars, the family continued to decline. Sirius was in Azkaban. Regulus was dead. Andromeda was disowned. Bellatrix was in prison. The main Black line was dying out. There were cousins, extended family, but the direct line from Phineas Nigellus Black was almost extinct. When Voldemort returned, the pattern repeated. Bellatrix escaped Azkaban. She immediately rejoined him. She resumed her position as his most devoted follower. She killed for him, tortured for him. She was more fanatical than ever. Narcissa's family became deeply involved. Lucius was a Death Eater. Draco was forced into service. Their home became Voldemort's headquarters. Malfoy Manor hosted Death Eater meetings. Prisoners were kept in the dungeons. People were tortured and killed there. The Malfoy family had black blood through Narcissa. Their involvement meant the Black family was once again central to Voldemort's movement. But this time, there were cracks. Narcissa wasn't fully committed. She cared more about Draco than about blood purity. When it came down to a choice, she chose her son. She lied to Voldemort. She helped Harry. In her own way, she became a traitor. Draco was even more conflicted. He'd been raised to believe in pure blood supremacy. He'd bullied Muggleborns at school. He'd wanted to be a Death Eater. But when he actually received the Dark Mark, reality hit him. He couldn't kill Dumbledore. He couldn't torture prisoners. He didn't have the stomach for real violence. He was just a scared teenager trying to survive. In the end, the Black family's role in the Second War was complicated. Bellatrix fought until her death. Narcissa ultimately helped Harry. Draco survived, but didn't actively fight. The family was on the losing side, but not all of them deserved to be. The wars revealed something important about the Black family. Their beliefs about blood purity led them to Voldemort. Those beliefs caused tremendous suffering, but individuals could still make different choices, could still choose love over hatred, could still find the courage to do the right thing. Now let's talk about the downfall and legacy of the House of Black, how a family that had endured for centuries finally came to an end, and what their story teaches us. By the end of the Second Wizarding War, the Black family was essentially extinct. At least, the main line was. Sirius died in the Department of Mysteries. He had no children. The Black name died with him. Regulus had died years earlier. He also had no children. The direct male line from Phineas Nigellus Black was gone. There were still people with black blood. Draco Malfoy was Narcissa's son. He carried black ancestry. His children would have black blood. Tonks had been Andromeda's daughter. Her son Teddy had black blood. But Teddy's last name was Lupin, not Black. The family name was essentially finished. The Black family fortune became Harry's. Sirius had made Harry his heir. Everything Sirius owned went to Harry when he died. That included 12 Grimmauld Place. The house became Harry's property, along with the gold in the Black family vault, the family fortune that had been accumulated over centuries. It all went to Harry Potter, the boy the Blacks would have hated. There's irony in this. The Black family had fought to keep their blood pure. They had rejected anyone who didn't share their beliefs. They had disowned family members, burned names off the family tree, all to protect the Black legacy. And in the end, that legacy went to a half-blood, to someone who believed in equality, who had fought against everything the Blacks stood for. Harry didn't want the Black fortune initially. It felt wrong to benefit from Sirius's death, but eventually he used it for good. He helped rebuild the wizarding world. He supported people Voldemort had hurt. He used black gold to undo some of the damage the Black family had caused. The house at 12 Grimmauld Place had been the Order of the Phoenix headquarters. After the war, it's unclear what happened to it. Hopefully it wasn't kept as a shrine to pure blood supremacy. Hopefully the dark objects were removed. the shrunken house elf heads taken down, while Berger's portrait somehow silenced or removed. The house deserved to be cleansed of its dark history. Kreacher survived the war. The old house elf had fought in the Battle of Hogwarts. He had led the other house elves against the Death Eaters. He had fought for Hogwarts, for the side that opposed everything the Black family believed in. It was redemption of a sort, a chance to honor Regulus's sacrifice, to fight against Voldemort like Regulus had died trying to do. Harry inherited Kreacher along with the house. At first, Kreacher still hated Harry, still called him a blood traitor, still muttered about mudbloods. But Harry treated him kindly, showed him respect, and eventually Kreacher's loyalty shifted. He began to serve Harry willingly, happily even. It showed that even someone shaped by hatred could change. The Black family tapestry remained on the wall at Grimmauld Place. The family tree with its burned names, its record of marriages and deaths, its proud display of pure blood heritage. Looking at it, you could see the family's entire history, their obsession with blood purity, the cost of their beliefs, the burns where people had chosen love or freedom or integrity. Maybe that tapestry should be preserved, not as something to admire, but as a warning, a reminder of what hatred and prejudice led to. The Black family had everything: wealth, power, ancient heritage, and they destroyed themselves. Their obsession with purity killed them, made them cruel, made them side with evil, made them die out completely. The lessons from the Black family's story are important. First, blood doesn't determine worth. The Blacks believed blood purity made them superior, made them special. But it didn't. Some of the bravest, most talented witches and wizards were Muggle-born. Blood status meant nothing except to people who wanted an excuse to feel superior. Second, choices matter more than heritage. Sirius and Regulus were raised the same way, given the same beliefs, the same upbringing. But they made different choices. Sirius rejected the hatred early. Regulus took longer, but eventually chose to fight back. They proved that your family doesn't define you. You define yourself through your choices. Third, love is stronger than tradition. Andromeda chose love over everything the Black family offered. She lost her family, her name, her inheritance, but she gained a real family, a family built on love instead of blood. And that family was stronger than any pure blood dynasty. Fourth, redemption is possible. Narcissa spent years supporting Voldemort, living with Death Eaters, allowing terrible things in her home. But in the crucial moment, she chose her son over the Dark Lord. She lied to Voldemort. She helped Harry. One good choice doesn't erase all the bad ones, but it shows that people can change, can choose differently when it really matters. The Black family's downfall was their own fault. They could have adapted, could have changed with the times, could have accepted that blood purity was a lie. But they didn't. They clung to old prejudices. They rejected family members who tried to be different. They supported Dark Lords and dark magic. They chose hatred over love, tradition over progress, power over people. And so, the House of Black fell. Not destroyed by enemies, not conquered by rivals. They destroyed themselves. Their beliefs were poison. That poison infected generation after generation, until finally there was no one left to inherit. The proud family name died out. The legacy ended, but perhaps something good came from their fall. Other pure-blood families saw what happened. The Blacks destroyed themselves with their extremism. The Malfoys barely survived by changing their ways. Other families realized that blood purity was a dead end, that the world was changing, that they had to change too or die out like the Blacks. The wizarding world slowly began to shift. Pure blood supremacy lost its appeal. People saw where that path led, saw the bodies it left behind, the families it destroyed, the evil it created. Maybe the Black family's downfall taught a lesson that their existence never could. That hatred leads only to destruction. That prejudice kills everything it touches. That love and acceptance are the only way forward. When we look back at the Black family's 1,000-year history, we see a tragedy, a family with so much potential, so much talent, so much magic, but they wasted it all on hatred, on prejudice, on trying to stay pure while becoming corrupted by darkness. Yet we also see moments of light, Sirius breaking free, Regulus dying to stop Voldemort, Andromeda choosing love, Narcissa lying to save her son, Creature fighting for Hogwarts. These moments show that even in a family defined by darkness, individuals could still choose the light, could still be brave, could still do the right thing. The Black family's story reminds us that we always have a choice, no matter how we're raised, no matter what we're taught, no matter what our family expects. We can choose to be different. We can choose to be better. We can choose love over hatred, light over darkness, our own path over the one laid out for us. The House of Black fell because they refused to make that choice. They clung to their old ways until those ways destroyed them. But the individuals who broke free, who chose differently, they survived. They found happiness. They found meaning. They proved that the family motto was wrong. Toujours pur didn't lead to greatness. It led to extinction. True strength came from those who rejected that motto, who chose always kind, or always brave, or always loving instead. Let's take a moment to reflect on the physical remnants of the Black family. What they left behind tells us so much about who they were. The family vault at Gringotts still exists. It probably still holds gold, centuries of accumulated wealth. But wealth couldn't save them, couldn't buy them happiness, couldn't make them good people. The gold sits in the vault unused, a monument to wasted potential. The family tree tapestry hangs somewhere, perhaps still at 12 Grimmauld Place, perhaps moved to a museum, or maybe it was destroyed, burned like the family members whose names were scorched away. Either way, it remains as documentation, evidence of how a family destroyed itself through prejudice. Future generations could look at it and learn, could see the pattern of disownment and death, could understand the cost of hatred. The family motto itself became a cautionary tale. Toujours pur was meant to be inspiring, a goal to strive for, but it became a curse, a chain that bound the family to destructive beliefs. Other families who had similar mottos quietly dropped them. They stopped talking about blood purity. They began accepting Muggle-borns. They adapted. They survived. The Black family didn't. They couldn't let go, and so they died out. The Black family name appears throughout wizarding history books, but not in the way they would have wanted. They're not remembered as heroes, not celebrated as great contributors to magical society. Instead, they're examples, warnings, cautionary tales about the dangers of extremism, about the poison of prejudice, about the inevitable fall that comes from building your identity on hatred. Students at Hogwarts still learn about the Black family, in history of magic classes, in discussions about the wizarding wars. The name comes up again and again, but always in the context of what went wrong. of choices that led to darkness, of a family that could have been great but chose to be terrible instead. The younger generation barely knows the name. To them, Black is just another old family, one that died out, one that isn't important anymore. They don't feel the weight of the name the way older wizards do, don't associate it with power and fear. To them, it's just history, ancient history. And maybe that's the final defeat of the House of Black, to be forgotten, to become irrelevant, to have their proud name mean nothing to future generations. But some things about the Black family deserve to be remembered, not celebrated, but remembered. We should remember Sirius's courage, how he broke free from his family, how he chose his own path despite enormous pressure, how he stayed loyal to his friends, how he died protecting Harry. Sirius should be remembered as a hero, as proof that you can overcome your upbringing, that you can be better than your family. We should remember Regulus's sacrifice, how he tried to destroy a Horcrux, how he died at 18 trying to stop Voldemort, how he ordered Creature to complete the mission even if it cost his life. Regulus made terrible choices early on, but he died trying to make it right. That counts for something. That deserves to be known. We should remember Andromeda's bravery, how she chose love over everything, how she lost her family but built a better one, how she survived losing her husband and daughter, how she raised her grandson with love and kindness. Andromeda proved that love conquers all, that choosing your own path is worth the cost. Even Narcissa deserves some recognition, not for her years of supporting Voldemort, not for allowing her home to be used for evil, but for that one moment, that one lie, when she chose her son over the Dark Lord, when she helped Harry Potter, when she made the choice that helped end the war. One good deed doesn't erase the bad ones, but it shows that anyone can choose differently, can do the right thing when it really matters. The Black family's magical abilities shouldn't be forgotten either. They were talented, powerful. Many of them were brilliant at magic. Bellatrix was one of the most skilled duelists of her generation. Evil, yes, but undeniably talented. Sirius was powerful enough to become an animagus at 15. Regulus figured out Voldemort's Horcrux secret. Andromeda raised a metamorph magus daughter. The family had genuine magical talent. They just used it for the wrong purposes. If the Blacks had used their talents for good, they might have been truly great. They could have been healers, teachers, lawmakers who made the wizarding world better. They had the intelligence, the magical power, the resources, but they wasted it all on prejudice and hatred. They used their gifts to hurt instead of help, to divide instead of unite. What a waste. What a terrible, tragic waste. The family's connection to other important families created a complicated web. Through marriage, the Blacks were related to almost every major wizarding family. The Malfoys, the Weasleys, the Potters, the Longbottoms, the Lestranges, the Crouches. The connections spread everywhere. You couldn't understand wizarding genealogy without understanding the Blacks. They were central to pure blood society, for better or worse. This means that black blood flows through many modern wizards, people who don't even know they have black ancestry, who don't care about blood purity, who would reject everything the Blacks stood for. The family wanted to stay pure, to keep their blood separate and special, but instead, their blood mixed into the general population, diluted, spread thin, became just another thread in the great mixture of wizarding heritage, the opposite of what they wanted. Another irony in their fall. Some historians argue about whether the Black family was as bad as their reputation suggests. They point out that not every Black was a Death Eater, that some family members were simply traditional, conservative, not actively evil, just stuck in old ways of thinking. These historians say we should judge individuals, not the whole family. There's some truth to this. Not every Black joined Voldemort. Not every Black tortured Muggle-borns. Some just quietly believed in blood purity without acting on it. Some went along with family expectations without really thinking about it. Some were products of their time and upbringing. Does that excuse them? No, but it adds nuance to the story. However, the family as an institution was undeniably harmful. Their beliefs were poison. Their traditions promoted hatred. Their motto encouraged prejudice. Even the Blacks who weren't actively evil contributed to a culture that produced people like Bellatrix. That created an environment where joining Voldemort seemed reasonable, where torturing Muggle-borns was acceptable. The family bore collective responsibility for that. The disownment practice was particularly cruel. Burning someone's name off the family tree didn't just cut them off financially. It tried to erase them from existence, to pretend they had never been born, to deny their very existence. This practice showed the family's true nature. They valued blood purity more than their own children, more than love, more than family bonds. It was evil in a quiet, bureaucratic way, the kind of evil that hides behind tradition and propriety. Think about the people who were disowned. Most of them went on to live good lives, happy lives. Andromeda built a loving family. Others who were burned off the tree married Muggles and had children who contributed to society. They proved that leaving the Black family was a blessing, not a curse. That being disowned meant freedom. That life outside the family was better than life within it. The family's relationship with house elves deserves special attention. The Blacks treated their house elves terribly. They mounted their heads on walls when they died. They gave them impossible orders. They punished them for the smallest mistakes. This cruelty extended even to their servants, even to beings who were magically bound to serve them. It showed that their contempt wasn't just for Muggles. It was for anyone they considered beneath them. Kreacher was shaped by this treatment. He absorbed the family's prejudices. He believed he was worthless. He thought his purpose was to serve, suffer, and die. When Regulus showed him kindness, it transformed him. When Harry showed him respect, he changed further. Kreacher proved that even someone raised in hatred could learn to be different, could respond to kindness, could choose a better path. The house elf heads on the wall at 12 Grimmauld Place were particularly horrible. These elves had served the family for decades, for their entire lives. They had been loyal, obedient. They had done everything asked of them. And their reward was to have their heads mounted as trophies, as decorations, as if they were animals hunted for sport. It revealed the depths of the family's cruelty, their complete lack of empathy or compassion. Sirius mentioned that he hated his family, that he found them repulsive, that everything about them disgusted him. He talked about how his mother would scream at him, how his father would lecture him, how Regulus was praised for following the rules while Sirius was punished for questioning them. He described a childhood filled with tension and fear, where love was conditional on obedience, where any deviation was crushed. This kind of upbringing scars people. Even Sirius, who escaped, carried those scars. He was reckless, sometimes cruel to Kreacher. He struggled with depression during his time in hiding. The years at Azkaban made it worse, but the foundation was laid in childhood, in that house of hatred, with that family that valued blood over everything. Sirius escaped physically, but emotionally, he carried that house with him always. Regulus's experience was different, but equally damaging. He conformed. He tried to be the good son. He believed what he was taught. But underneath, he must have had doubts, must have felt the weight of those expectations. When he finally saw the truth, when he realized Voldemort was truly evil, it broke something in him. He couldn't live with what he'd become, what he'd supported. So he chose death, chose sacrifice. It was the only redemption he could imagine. The pressure on pure-blood children was immense. They were taught from birth that they were special, that their blood made them superior, that they had a duty to maintain that superiority. But they were also taught that failure was unacceptable, that questioning was betrayal, that love and compassion were weaknesses. It created people who were simultaneously arrogant and insecure, who believed they were better than everyone else, but lived in constant fear of falling short. Many pure-blood children rebelled in small ways. They befriended Muggleborns at school. They questioned the old teachings. They dated people their families wouldn't approve of. These small rebellions often led to larger ones, to eventually rejecting the whole system. The families tried to control everything, but control breeds rebellion. The tighter they held on, the more their children wanted to escape. The Black family exemplified this pattern. They tried to control everything: who their children married, what they believed, how they lived. They burned names off the tree to maintain control through fear. But it didn't work. Sirius ran away. Andromeda eloped. Even Regulus, the obedient son, ultimately betrayed the family values. The control was an illusion. It had always been an illusion. Let's think about what might have happened if the Black family had chosen differently. If they had abandoned blood purity centuries ago. If they had welcomed Muggleborns into their family. If they had used their wealth and influence for good. They could have been remembered as one of the greatest families in wizarding history. Their name could have been spoken with genuine respect. Their children could have been free to find happiness. Their legacy could have been magnificent. But they didn't choose differently. They couldn't. They were too proud, too convinced of their own superiority, too afraid of change. They saw the world changing around them, saw other families adapting, saw that blood purity was becoming less important. But they refused to adapt. They dug in deeper. They became more extreme. And they paid the price. The Sacred 28 list was both a source of pride and a cage. Being on that list meant something to families like the Blacks. It proved their purity, their ancient heritage, but it also limited them. They could only marry other families on the list, only associate with certain people, only believe certain things. The list that was supposed to prove their superiority actually imprisoned them. Many families on the Sacred 28 eventually died out or fell from prominence. Some went extinct entirely. Others lost their wealth. Others abandoned the old beliefs and were shunned by the remaining pure-blood fanatics. The list became less and less relevant. Today, almost no one cares about it. The pure-blood supremacy movement is dead or dying. The families that clung to it are gone. The families that adapted have survived. This is the ultimate lesson of the Black family. Adapt or die. Change or be destroyed. The world moves forward. Society progresses. Old prejudices fall away. You can either change with the times or be left behind. The Blacks chose to be left behind. They chose extinction over adaptation, pride over survival, hatred over love, and they got exactly what they chose. The wizarding world is better without the House of Black. That sounds harsh, But it's true, their influence was poisonous. Their beliefs were destructive. Their money funded dark causes. Their children became Death Eaters. Every generation, they produced more hatred, more prejudice, more evil. The world is lighter without that burden, cleaner without that poison. But the world is also better for having known the individuals who broke free. Sirius showed that you can reject your family's evil and still honor your family name through your own actions. Regulus showed that it's never too late to choose differently. Andromeda showed that love is worth any sacrifice. These lessons are valuable. These stories matter. They give hope to anyone trapped by family expectations, anyone struggling to find their own path. In the years after the war, attitudes toward blood purity shifted dramatically. The Death Eaters had lost. Voldemort was dead. The families that had supported him were discredited. Pure blood supremacy became deeply unfashionable, almost embarrassing. Young wizards from old families actively rejected the old beliefs. They wanted to distance themselves from that ideology, from that darkness. This shift happened partly because of the Black family's example. People saw what happened when you took blood purity to its logical extreme. They saw Bellatrix's madness. They saw the family die out. They saw the destruction and death. And they wanted no part of it. The Black family's downfall became a teaching moment, a warning that everyone understood. Some older purebloods grumbled about the changes. They talked about the good old days, about how things used to be, about the loss of tradition. But even they were quieter about it, more careful. They knew that open, pure blood supremacy was no longer acceptable, that the world had moved on, that they needed to keep their prejudices private if they wanted to maintain any social standing. The younger generation largely rejected blood purity entirely. They married Muggle-borns without shame. They celebrated diversity. They judged people on character and actions, not heritage. They built a new wizarding society, one where blood status mattered far less, where talent and hard work were valued over ancient names, where equality was becoming reality, not just a dream. This is the Black family's legacy, not the legacy they wanted, but the legacy they earned. Their extremism helped kill the ideology they championed. Their cruelty showed why blood purity was evil. Their downfall proved that hatred leads only to destruction. They became an object lesson, a cautionary tale, a story parents told children about what happens when you let prejudice consume you. In the end, the Black family destroyed themselves. No enemy defeated them. No rival family brought them down. They did it to themselves. Their beliefs were the weapon. Their hatred was the poison. Their pride was the trap. They walked willingly into their own destruction, convinced until the end that they were right, that blood purity mattered, that they were special, that their way was the only way. They were wrong about everything, and the price of being wrong was extinction, the end of a family that had survived for over 1,000 years, the death of a name that once commanded respect and fear, the collapse of a dynasty that seemed unshakable, all because they couldn't let go of a lie, couldn't accept that blood status was meaningless, couldn't choose love over hatred. The physical locations associated with the Black family are worth considering. 12 Grimmauld Place was their main residence in London, but they probably owned other properties, country estates, vacation homes, properties in other countries. All of this property had to go somewhere after the main line died out. Some probably went to distant relatives. Some might have been sold. Some might stand empty, gathering dust, monuments to a dead family. The Black family vault at Gringotts probably still exists. Goblins maintain vaults for centuries. The gold inside belongs to Harry now, as Sirius is heir. But there are probably other things in that vault. Dark objects, family heirlooms, documents and records. Things that tell the story of the family's long history. Maybe someday someone will catalogue it all. Turn it into an historical record. Use it to understand how a great family fell so far. The family tree tapestry is probably the most important Black artifact. It's a complete genealogical record going back centuries. It shows marriages, births, deaths, and disownments. It's an invaluable historical document. Museums would want it. Historians would love to study it. It tells the story of not just one family, but of pure-blood society as a whole. The connections, the patterns, the slow decline. It's all there, woven in golden thread and marked with scorch burns. Portraits of Black family members hang in various places. Phineas Nigellus Black has portraits at Hogwarts and at 12 Grimmauld Place. Other family members probably have portraits too. In the ancestral home, in the houses of descendants. These portraits contain the memories and personalities of the dead. They can provide information about the family's history, though they might not be willing to talk to people they consider beneath them. The family motto appears on various objects, carved into furniture, woven into tapestries, engraved on silverware, embroidered on robes. Toujours pur marked everything the family owned. It was a constant reminder, a statement of identity, a source of pride. Now those objects are scattered, some destroyed, some in museums, some in private collections. The motto that once inspired now serves as a warning. Family grimoires, magical textbooks, and spell collections probably exist somewhere. Ancient families like the Blacks kept such things. They recorded their magical discoveries, their spell innovations, their potions recipes. Some of this knowledge was probably dark. Curses and hexes, ways to harm and control. But some might be valuable. Lost spells that could be useful. Techniques that have been forgotten. Knowledge that should be preserved even if the family that created it shouldn't be celebrated. The Black family had a coat of arms, a heraldic shield that represented them. It probably featured traditional symbols, a raven or a crow for the black color, maybe serpents for their Slytherin connections. Stars or moons could represent the constellation names. The coat of arms appeared on official documents, on family seals, on the gates of their properties. It was a symbol of their status, their history, their pride. Now it's just another artifact, another reminder of what once was. In magical genealogy books, the Black family takes up pages and pages. Their connections to other families create a vast web. You can trace lines of descent from them to dozens of modern wizarding families. Most people with pure blood heritage have at least a little black blood. This means the family didn't really die out. Their blood persists. It just isn't pure anymore. It's mixed with muggle blood, half-blood, everything they feared and hated, the ultimate defeat of their ideology. Some conspiracy theorists in the wizarding world believe that undiscovered Black family members still exist, descendants who were disowned and lost to history, children born in secret, branches of the family that moved abroad. These theories are probably false. The family was obsessive about tracking bloodlines. They would have known about any legitimate members. Still, the theories persist. Maybe because people want to believe the story isn't completely over, that somewhere, somehow, the Black family continues. But even if undiscovered descendants exist, it doesn't matter. The family as an institution is dead. The ideology is discredited. The power is gone. A few unknown descendants living quiet lives somewhere wouldn't change anything. The House of Black fell. That's the historical reality. Everything else is just footnote. Let's consider how different Hogwarts houses interpreted the Black family's story. Gryffindors see Sirius as the hero, the brave rebel who stood up to his evil family. They emphasize his courage, his loyalty to his friends, his sacrifice to protect Harry. They see his story as proof that bravery means standing alone if necessary, choosing what's right over what's easy. Hufflepuffs focus on different aspects. They see the family's downfall as proof that loyalty to evil is worthless, that true loyalty is to people and principles, not to blood or tradition. They celebrate Andromeda's choice of love. They appreciate Creature's eventual loyalty to Harry. They see the story as showing that everyone deserves compassion and a chance to change. Ravenclaws analyze the intellectual failure. How could a family of clearly intelligent people believe something so obviously false? How did they rationalize blood purity when evidence contradicted it? Ravenclaws see the story as a warning about letting prejudice override logic, about the danger of intelligence without wisdom, about how smart people can believe stupid things if they want to, badly enough. Slytherins have the most complicated relationship with the Black story. Many Black family members were Slytherins. They represented Slytherin values taken to dark extremes. This creates discomfort. Modern Slytherins want to distance themselves from that legacy. They emphasize that ambition doesn't have to mean dark ambition, that cunning can be used for good, that Slytherin House isn't defined by its worst members. They point to Regulus as proof that even a Slytherin Death Eater could choose heroism, that the capacity for good exists in everyone. The Black family's story is taught differently depending on the professor. History of magic professors presented as dry fact. Dates, names, events. No moral lessons, no emotional content, just information. Defense against the dark arts professors use it as a case study in dark wizards and how to recognize extremism. Muggle studies professors use it to explain pure blood prejudice and its effects. Each subject finds different lessons in the same story. Students write essays about the Black family. They debate their choices. They argue about whether Sirius was a hero or just lucky, whether Regulus's sacrifice redeemed him, whether Narcissa deserved credit for one good choice. These debates are healthy. They encourage critical thinking. They help students understand that real life is complicated, that people aren't simply good or evil, that context matters, that choices define us more than our heritage. Some students visit 12 Grimmauld Place on educational field trips if it becomes a historical site. They see the shrunken house elf heads, the family tree with its burned names. They feel the oppressive atmosphere, the darkness that pervades the house. It's more effective than any lecture. Seeing the physical evidence of the family's cruelty, feeling the hatred that's soaked into the walls. It makes the history real, makes the lessons stick. The Black family appears in popular culture. Books are written about them. Plays are performed. Children's stories use them as villains. Be good, or you'll end up like the Blacks becomes a common warning. The family name becomes synonymous with prejudice and cruelty. This would horrify them if they knew. They wanted to be remembered as great. Instead, they're remembered as a warning, as villains in children's tales, as examples of what not to be. Some artists create works about the family, paintings of Sirius escaping Azkaban, sculptures representing the family tree with its burned names. Musical compositions called things like The Fall of the House of Black. These artistic interpretations keep the story alive. They ensure future generations remember. They transform historical tragedy into art that speaks to universal themes: pride, hatred, redemption, choice. Academic wizarding historians write scholarly works about the Black family. They analyze economic factors, social pressures, the role of Slytherin House in reinforcing prejudice. They debate when the family's downfall became inevitable. They compare the Blacks to other extinct pureblood families. They place the family's story in broader historical context. This scholarship ensures that the lessons aren't lost, that future generations can learn from the past. The Black family serves as a historical counterpoint. When people advocate for discrimination, others can point to the Blacks. See where that path leads. See how it ends. The family's fate becomes an argument against prejudice, proof that hatred destroys the hater, that societies based on discrimination collapse, that equality isn't just morally right, but practically necessary. The Blacks failed because their ideology was fundamentally flawed. That's a lesson worth remembering. In conclusion, the Black family's story is ultimately about choice. They chose hatred over love. They chose prejudice over reason. They chose tradition over progress. They chose blood over family. And those choices destroyed them. Every generation had opportunities to choose differently, to adapt, to change, to be better. But they didn't. They couldn't. And so they fell. But individuals within the family chose differently. Sirius chose freedom. Regulus chose sacrifice. Andromeda chose love. Narcissa chose her son. Creature chose to honor Regulus's memory by fighting for good. These individual choices mattered. They saved lives. They changed history. They proved that you're not bound by your family's choices, that you can be different, that you can be better. The House of Black is gone. The name is extinct. The fortune is scattered. The properties are empty or repurposed. The ideology is dead. But the lessons remain. The stories endure. Future generations will learn from the Blacks' mistakes, will see where prejudice leads, will understand the cost of hatred, and maybe, just maybe, will choose differently. That's what makes the Black family's story valuable. Not because they were great, not because they should be admired, but because they serve as a warning, as an example, as proof that no family, no matter how old or wealthy or powerful, can survive if it's built on hatred. That prejudice is poison. That blood purity is a lie. That love and acceptance are the only foundation that lasts. When Harry Potter named his son after Sirius Black, he honored the individual who broke free, who chose differently, who proved that you can overcome your heritage. Harry didn't honor the Black family. He honored Sirius specifically, the man who rejected everything the family stood for, the man who died protecting Harry. That distinction matters. We can honor the rebels without celebrating the institution they rebelled against. Teddy Lupin carries Black blood through his mother Tonks. He grew up hearing stories about his grandmother Andromeda, about how she chose love over family, about how she lost everything but built something better. These stories shaped Teddy, taught him that courage means standing up for what you believe, that love is worth any sacrifice, that blood doesn't determine worth. Teddy will pass these lessons to his children, and the cycle will continue. Good lessons born from tragedy. Draco Malfoy also carries Black blood through his mother, Narcissa. He named his son Scorpius. He raised him differently than he was raised. He taught him that Muggle-borns aren't inferior, that blood status doesn't matter, that the old ways were wrong. Draco learned from his family's mistakes, from the Black's mistakes. He chose to break the cycle, to be better than his ancestors. That's redemption. That's growth. That's hope. The wizarding world continues to change. Each generation is more accepting than the last, more equal, more just. The prejudices that the Black family championed are dying out. Not dead yet. Prejudice never completely dies, but dying, becoming less common, less acceptable, less powerful. The Blacks fought against this change, and they lost. History moved past them, left them behind, proved them wrong. In a way, the Black family's greatest contribution was showing what not to do, how not to live, what not to believe. They provided a clear example of the wrong path. They walked that path all the way to its inevitable end, and everyone could see where it led, to extinction, to tragedy, to being remembered not with respect, but with horror. That's a valuable lesson, one the wizarding world needed to learn. If we could go back in time and warn the Black family, would they listen? Probably not. They were too proud, too certain, too invested in their beliefs. They would dismiss the warning, call it blood traitor propaganda, insist that their way was right. That's the tragedy. They had chances to change, opportunities to choose differently, but they couldn't see them, couldn't take them, couldn't let go of their hatred long enough to save themselves. But maybe individual family members would listen. Maybe young Sirius, before he ran away, would appreciate hearing that his choice was right, that rejecting his family would lead to true friendship and love. Maybe Regulus would be inspired to act sooner, to leave the Death Eaters before it was too late. Maybe Andromeda would have more confidence in her choice, more certainty that love was worth the cost. Maybe even Narcissa would think twice before letting her home be used for torture and murder. The lesson applies beyond the Black family. Any family with toxic beliefs, any group built on hatred, any ideology based on discrimination. The Black family's story shows where that path leads. It's not a path to glory, not a path to greatness. It's a path to extinction, to being remembered as villains, to destroying everything you claim to value. The specifics change, but the pattern remains the same. Hatred destroys the hater, always, eventually, inevitably. The wizarding world still has problems. Prejudice still exists. Some families still value blood purity quietly. Some people still look down on Muggleborns. Change is slow, incomplete, ongoing, but the direction is clear. Society is moving toward equality, toward justice, toward acceptance. The Black family tried to stop that movement. They failed. They became part of history's lesson about why that movement is necessary, why equality matters, why prejudice must be opposed. Young witches and wizards today learn about the Black family in school. They study the family tree. They read about Sirius and Regulus. They discuss what went wrong. They debate whether the family could have been saved. These discussions are important. They help students understand history, understand choices, understand consequences. They learn that you're responsible for your own choices. That heritage is just history, that you can always choose to be better. Some students trace their own family trees. They find connections to the Blacks. Most pure-blood families have some connection if you go back far enough. These students have to reconcile that heritage, have to decide what it means. Most choose to learn from it, to be better than their ancestors, to honor the good while rejecting the bad. That's healthy. That's progress. That's how societies grow. The Black family motto, toujours pur, has become a symbol of everything wrong with blood purity. People use it sarcastically, ironically, to mock pure blood supremacy. It means the opposite of what it once meant. Instead of pride, it signifies prejudice. Instead of honor, it signifies hatred. Instead of something to aspire to, it's something to avoid. The family would hate knowing this. Their proud motto turned into a joke, an insult, a warning. But that's justice of a sort. Their own words condemning their own beliefs. Let's think about what the Black family could have been. Imagine if they had used their wealth for good, built schools for Muggle-born children, funded research into magical healing, supported artists and inventors regardless of blood status. They had the resources. They had the influence. They could have made the wizarding world so much better. But they didn't. They used their wealth to support dark causes, to fund discrimination, to protect Death Eaters. They wasted every opportunity to do good. Imagine if they had valued love over blood. If they had celebrated Andromeda's marriage instead of disowning her. If they had supported Sirius's choice to follow his own path. If they had helped Regulus leave the Death Eaters before he died. They could have been a family defined by love, by supporting each other, by celebrating individual choices. They could have been happy, but they chose tradition over happiness, pride over love, hatred over family, and they destroyed themselves. The physical locations where Black family history happened have become informal memorials. The cave where Regulus died is now known. Historians have identified it. Some people visit to pay respects, to honor his sacrifice, to remember that even people who make terrible choices can find redemption. The cave is dark and dangerous, but it's also a place of heroism, where an 18-year-old boy chose death to fight evil. The Department of Mysteries where Sirius died is part of the ministry. It's not open to the public, but people who work there know the story. They know which archway Sirius fell through. Some leave flowers there unofficially, small tributes to a man who died protecting his godson, who died fighting Death Eaters, who died a hero despite his family's shame. 12 Grimmauld Place, if it still stands, should be preserved, not as a shrine to the family, but as a museum, a place where people can learn about the dangers of prejudice, where the family tree hangs as a warning, where the shrunken house elf heads show the family's cruelty, where Walburga's portrait, if it can't be removed, reminds visitors of the hatred that defined the family. Make it a place of education, of remembrance, of learning from the past. The family vault at Gringotts will eventually be emptied. Harry probably doesn't want most of what's in there. Dark objects should be destroyed. Family records should go to archives. Anything valuable should be sold with proceeds going to charity, to organizations that help Muggle-borns, to funds supporting war victims. Turn black gold into something good, something that helps instead of hurts, something that honors the individuals who broke free while rejecting what the family stood for. One day, centuries from now, the Black family will be as distant as medieval history is to us. Future wizards will study them like we study ancient civilizations. They'll be fascinated by how people could believe such things, how blood purity seemed important, how families could disown their own children. It will seem barbaric, incomprehensible. And that's progress. That's society evolving. That's humanity becoming better. The Blacks will be historical curiosities, examples of a darker time, proof that things do get better, slowly, imperfectly, but better. The individual stories will endure longer than the family narrative. People will tell stories about Sirius the brave, Regulus the redemptive, Andromeda the loving. These stories have power. They inspire. They teach. They give hope. The family as a whole deserves to be forgotten. But the individuals who chose differently deserve to be remembered. Their choices mattered. Their sacrifices counted. Their stories help others make better choices. Every family has dark chapters, moments they're not proud of, ancestors who did terrible things. The question is what you do with that knowledge. Do you deny it, defend it, or do you acknowledge it, learn from it, and choose to be better? The Black family's descendants have that choice. They can pretend their ancestors weren't that bad, or they can acknowledge the truth and commit to being different, to being better, to breaking the cycle. That's the only way to truly honor the good while rejecting the bad. The wizarding world today is far from perfect. Discrimination still exists. Prejudice still hurts people. The fight for equality continues. But at least now, everyone knows where pure blood supremacy leads. They've seen the Black family's fate. They've learned that lesson in blood and tragedy. No one can claim ignorance anymore. No one can say they didn't know. The evidence is clear. The lesson is taught. What people do with that knowledge is up to them. As we come to the end of this journey through the Black family's history, certain truths stand out. Blood doesn't determine worth. Heritage doesn't define you. Choices matter more than ancestry. Love is stronger than hatred. Change is possible. Redemption exists. These aren't new truths. They're ancient, universal. But the Black family's story illustrates them perfectly, shows them in action, proves them through example. The House of Black rose high and fell hard. They had everything. They lost everything. They thought blood purity would preserve them. Instead, it destroyed them. They thought tradition was strength. Instead, it was a cage. They thought hatred was powerful. Instead, it was poison. They learned these lessons too late. But we can learn them now. We can choose differently. We can be better. So remember the Black family. Remember them as a warning. Remember what they got wrong. But also remember the individuals who got it right, who chose love, who chose courage, who chose sacrifice, who proved that anyone can rise above their heritage, that anyone can choose to be good. That family doesn't have to define you. You define yourself through your choices, through your actions, through who you choose to be. The Black family's story is ultimately about hope, not because the family succeeded. They failed spectacularly, but because individuals within the family found the strength to choose differently, to break free, to be better. And if they could do it, raised in that house of hatred, taught those terrible beliefs, subjected to that pressure, then anyone can. Anyone can choose love over hatred, light over darkness, their own path over the one expected. That's the real lesson. That's the real legacy. Not the family's fall, but the individual's rise. Thank you so much for joining me on this deep exploration of the Black family's history. Their story is tragic, complicated, and ultimately instructive. It shows us both the worst and the best of human nature, the capacity for evil and the capacity for redemption, the power of choice, the importance of standing up for what's right, even when everyone around you is wrong. If you enjoyed this journey through one of the wizarding world's most complex families, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Sleep 2 Cinema. Your support helps me create more content like this, more deep dives into the stories and characters we love, more explorations of the themes and lessons hidden in our favorite worlds. I appreciate every one of you who takes the time to listen, who shares these stories with others, who keeps the conversation going. Until next time, sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that no matter what family you come from, no matter what you were taught, no matter what's expected of you, you always have a choice. You can always choose to be better, to be kinder, to be brave. The Black family's story proves that heritage is just history. What matters is what you do with your life, what you choose, who you become. Good night, friends. May your dreams be peaceful. May your choices be wise. And may you always remember that love is stronger than blood. Always.